Alright, it is. Now it's another quest, the spin-off of Ace Attorney franchise, the Great Ace Attorney from Kuluk01. And this music's actually a mix of Ace Attorney and Action 52. So, first of all, I am not playing like the full original Steam game, it's modified with the music from 3DS. Modified with unlocking 60 FPS in the game. It's also introduced several bugs, but I think it's avoidable. Well, let's see. Anyway, this version is better than it's on Steam. There's no other way to play it correctly. Because 3DS version, 3DS, yeah, had never been translated into English. So it's PC one. Alright. This game supports autosave. Okay. Well, I'll be playing with a mouse, except that it's supporting the gamepad, game control like DualSense or something else, but no. It was on 3DS, so using mouse, it's like using the stylus or your finger to control the game. And let me check the sound of Steam, so test. Hello, Mr. Zodek. You was playing this on Switch? I wonder which versions of Switch. Totally the same like on PC? Okay, like, wait a second. Select new game. Here it is.
歴史的な開国から数十年、文明開化の大号令のもと、極東の島国にまさに今西洋文化の大波が押し寄せていた。活気に満ち溢れる帝都の民は変化、革新の熱気にむせ返り、その変化に戸惑う者も飲み込んで、時代は大きなうねりの中にあった。 そして今そんな時代を舞台に一つの物語が幕を開く。
What just happened? How will they explain this? It's definitely Naruhodo, isn't it? The main character. What's in French? Bench of the Great Departure? Well, I hope it's fully playable with mouse. I would like to play it on 3DS, but it's not possible. So, what is a year? I cannot say any year. So, option, history, autoplay, Supreme Court of I cannot pronounce this. Judicature, Defenders, and Chamber 5. Oh my god. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this happened. Wait a second, is there options on how fast will text appear? Like music effect, voices on, gameplay vibration, screen flashes, subtitles, text skip, text box transparency low, but wait a second. I cannot see the text speed. PC config. Alright. Team config. Okay. Reader is not needed, so wait a second. There's no such option. Very sad. Because you won't get any spoilers from you. Of course. So far I played only the very first games when they were first released on DS, I believe. A port from GBA, Game Boy Advance. And I didn't finish the second game. Don't remember why. It was very hard for me, maybe. How can it be that that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber in the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Why fate was highlighted? What? No, nothing? Save you glares. Murderer! Wait a second, where is the voiceover? There's no voiceovers here. I'll be reading all of this text myself. Okay, not a problem. So I'm looking at 60 FPS for this game, so this means that animation will be well, like smooth, but it will not match maybe as a text or something. Sorry. By default, it's 30 FPS. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, at least it's not was not translated like Phoenix Wright, because he also was Naruhodo. I don't know where to put the stress. Obviously, there's no stress in Japanese. But sometimes they have like double O or U or something, so it can be pronounced different. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Well, Ryu, dragon. I'm a second year student at the Emperor Yumei University. He's just student, not attorney. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Yeah, I would like to actually someone pronounce his name in the game. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. It's not obliged to listen to such a abuse, officer. And who are you? I am this man's lawyer? You will be a lawyer? Be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities? Look at you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. And let's change this a little bit. Funny how the handband always pops when they're indoors. It's like it was in the King of the Hill. When there was this Native American Indian red corn, and usually when there was no like wind at all, his hair was flopping like this. For coolness effect or something. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yumei University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryonsuke. Okay. Kazuma Asage, my best friend. Actually, Asagi Kazuma. Also in his second year at Yumei University. So yeah, already seen that some of the backgrounds are glitching. But... do I need to switch back to 30 FPS? I really don't want to. This 60 FPS looks pretty nice. Well, I will see. If I don't like it, I can always switch back. But he's far more clever than I. Yeah, it was another glitch. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still in... And what? It's not that impressive. Well, I can always check the history. Still an undergraduate. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old in Japan, anyway, so I think like backgrounds will not happen constantly. My qualifications don't mean much yet. I said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. It's highlighted. Like, you can press it? I don't know. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura blowing around his temple. Actually, 1 second. Let me check the Kaken thing. So space confirm cancels the present aura history, contracted people evidence, press review scene, option pause auto play, story mode, rotate, look. Can I progress with just space? Let's see. Yes. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real scene with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire, I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'll have a wild time touring out the streets of Your Majesty's City of London together. Only it was that simple. There, look at the time. I'll better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asage, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. He's the criminal. But never mind that for now. Asagi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I go at once then. Shall I accompany you? Alright then, Hyunsuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes? Since Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may? Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Hyunsuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Eugene Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine in Yume University. Eugene. Oh, Professor Mikotaba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asagi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asagi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. What? Oh, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asagi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to pursue them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You also understand once proceedings get underway. What should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do? What? Is it some kind of trick? I do? But what will the question be? Surely not? Do you accept the accusation brought before you? He is the criminal. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant, what? Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Oh, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So, allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? You can't be found guilty because you failed to appear. Get moving, there's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. This is it. If this trial goes badly, customers' dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny? Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom? Supreme Court of Judication? I don't know how to pronounce it. No court in the land has more power. Too much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? Trials is closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? Will become clearer in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Yosuke. It's about to begin. Court will now hear the trial from Yosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As in the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? Is it the question the professor meant? I do? Oh my god. But then, if I say I do? I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear. That's it? What is the meaning of this really outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Yosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Yosuke? Professor Mikatama told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. Just that. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel. It's just exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikadawa shouldn't have stuck his nose in. So it's Professor's. He's the murderer. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. He reminds me of the very first prosecutor in the first game. Does the accused admit defeat already? Announcing his own counsel? Really? no mistake. Console. This merely shows that the defender's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't it so, Naruhodo-san? I'm really glad that they translated everything like this. Because the first translation were terrible. Did I play it? I wonder what will be. Wait a second. You'll be playing the first games. I will check the PC version of it. Maybe there will be better translations than it was on DS. Anyway, the first release was on Game Boy, that I cannot play because it's untranslated. This means that, well, it definitely means that I should play some other version, so if PC will have better translation, I'll play it. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's completely blank. Well, at least you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Are they really were wearing katanas and swords in courts, etc.? It's kinda strange. Well, for a man university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very high standards of conduct expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does it mean? It's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes? Can I state before the court the name of the victim in this case? How should I know? I don't know any victims. Some professor was killed? Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But wait. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Yes, let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. I cannot right now. You ever find you've forgotten something, just consult it. It's all in there. I just have to press E for the court records, alright, there's no time to lose. Okay, here it is. This is of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find details about the victim here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Wait a second, can Kazuma be a criminal here? It's also possible. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press arrow to present that. Try it now. How should I switch between them? Mind doing this? Mouse. This one, the victim of this case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at University from the British Empire. Wait a second, 47 years old, he looks like 60? It's because of mustaches? I don't know. Usually people are looking younger. 51? He looks like 80. 42? Oh my god, why is it so? 42! Well, I believe it's mustaches, but you just bald, that's why. Alright, second year at the Imperial Yume University. He's my best friend and despite being a student, qualified defense lawyer as well. medical school professor at Imperial University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and customer mentor. So they connected. I see the connection. Medicine. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. Okay, present. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh yeah, I forgot to check one more thing. 1 second. No, everything's fine. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to my university 3 years ago. Hello, Spark. No, it's over? No. Well, same as like with every single visual novel that I played. He was reading non-stop till 3 AM or something. Well, not this time. Despite it saying that there are voiceovers. Doesn't matter. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is, at present, our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, they've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Oh yeah, it's about England and Japan. Since the very beginnings, already involved some people from England, Great Britain. And yet despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of Englishmen has been split on our soil. The two are both undergraduates at the Imperial University, are you not? More than a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. Currents therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? England? As they were saying Great Britain just recently. And next they used them England man or something. United Kingdom was not used here at all. Great Britain was. Let me see. Oh, British Empire. I'm sorry, it's British Empire. Not England, not Great Britain, not United Kingdom, just Empire. The rules that I'm student at the Imperial University are always worried of the color of my uniform jacket. Wait a second, I can review this. They secured a little after 2 PM and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Victim John H. Wilson, male, British. Time of death, 19th November, shortly after 2 PM. Well, and it's obviously fiction, not the real thing. England and UK, Great Britain sort of genuinely. Wait a second, in Russia it's using Anglia. Yeah, in Russian it's Anglia, which means England. Only, not United Kingdom. Nobody even knows this name. Alright, time on this, 2 p.m. And second cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal age from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound, bullet did not pass through the body. Did they find this? Another name for UK? I'm not sure. I'd never heard how it was named in my childhood. Nothing at all. I'm using right now only United Kingdom and nothing else. So in Spanish it's Inglaterra. I know that my country, for some reason, in German it's called like White Russia. White Russia. Unbelievable. Злученное королевство? Never heard that somebody said something like this. When it was like English language in my school, they were only using... No, they didn't name it at all. Yeah, it's correct translation of United Kingdom. Exact. The same. Like Zlučenaya means United, Королевство, Kingdom. Not sure. Oh, the best way to check is check Wikipedia. Let's see. Let's see. And okay, so it's Great Britain. Great Britain, Великая Британия. Великая Британия, Great Britain. Or the full name is United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Somebody using this. Well, definitely all the people that will be living here will be Englishmen, no matter is it well, Scotland, something else. Hello, Sonya Roleplay. Okay, let's see. Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and races won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh there, look at the time. I'll better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredibly to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's visiting professor from Great Britain. Great Britain is basically, yeah, the main island. Contains England, Wales, and Scotland. United Kingdom has Northern Ireland included as well. That's why I'm thinking that United Kingdom is correct form of pronunciation, it's like country's name or something. But yeah, mainly it's Great Britain or England. In Europe, Eastern Europe. I don't know his name, but still, should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ronski. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Well, kinda obviously. And did read it already. Oh well. According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! It's a post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry, yes, that's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I am not going to be tested on any of this later. It's a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Finally, they stated that in the past, and maybe even nowadays, Japan court system was super bad. You can clearly, like, most the case, you'll find someone guilty, like in 95%. It doesn't matter was it really a guilty person, criminal or not. There must be a guilty verdict, wanted or not. And this happened because there was like an evidence, etc., etc. Nowadays I hope it's better. Because it's better not to find someone guilty than find some innocent person guilty. So if you skip some criminals, that's okay, but if you don't skip someone who is innocent, it's very bad. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. My prediction, he got killed due to some dodgy business deal? He's doing them. Well, so far they showed like 5 people to us, and one of them are very suspicious. It's another professor in this university, but who will it be, I don't know. Sometimes it's obvious, sometimes it's very hard to predict. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Because you actually miss, but I will actually switch to people. This professor, before we started this trial, came to me, to the main character, who is defendant now, and said, if you want to help your friend who is trying to go overseas and study in Great Britain, you must answer to the first question, I do. And the court started, I said I do, and now I'm defending myself, not my attorney. So he did something tricky, and don't trust him. Okay, so that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let me check this print. Okay. Looks like a hole. Needs something. Let us start the trial. What is this? Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hurriedly calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotawa? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Oh, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asagi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Importing opium? Wait a second, but opium was not forbidden at this time. Well, definitely Sherlock was using cocaine or something. His stories, and he will be present in this game sooner or later. Well, I don't know. I don't know history. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweat. Only if you rein in that crazy headband, control the cold stares first. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosanaga. Satoru. Okay, Hosanaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival? What is this? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels and accommodates overseas guests. Hotels. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants and Occidental Eatery 3 days ago. Understood. Hosanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. of the day in question. We have few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. It fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. What's going on with him? It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried on to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. I believe I ask you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness report of what he saw, you amateur. What? The next time you interrupt at inappropriate time, you'll be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Wait a second, I can save, isn't it? At any time. Oh, it's also same in autosave. Well, anyway, it's possible to skip all the text if you lose. So penalty will be skipping text. Don't worry, Yosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witnesses. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, would he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Hensky? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Wait a second. Oh, it's a very important choice. Let's wait and see, maybe. I desperately want to say something. I was told not to interject. Ask him. If your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have to go into university otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceeding, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Pasanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. And this gentleman came to dine alone? Don't believe it! I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant, as it was a bad day. Please, have a look of, if you'd like to. Let's see. Our sketch of the establishment's loyal. Drawn by yourself, I presume. So... wait a second, kitchen is here? Came from this? Alright. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you clearly are very conscientious waiter. Oh my god. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court records as evidence. Well... is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. What's that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something suddenly seems to have shaken him. Another business card has been entered. Okay, I'll check it. Maybe on right now. So? The court has now heard a piece of the case. Let's see the card. So the head waiter's business card, a sketch of the restaurant's layout, is on the back. kitchen entrance. Well, the translated it. I can use magnifying glass even. Did he mar it with the blood? It's kinda interesting. What can I see with this? What should I see with this? Like, I don't know. Something in his writings? Well, let's go back. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. 1 second. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I call this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. That must warn the defense if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has received evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for more lenient sentence? It's obvious a lie. Never actually was a good thing to accept that you're guilty. Never. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. Said it, Professor Mikadawa said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent, I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Hironsky. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Meanwhile, the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how this seems. It's a famous, like, pose of any Ace Attorney games. It really is. And I'll take a pause very quick. Be right back. Some new information. Treaty was signed with us British because we were at war with Russia, and Russia had ambitions for the Kuril Islands, and they actually still have it. Still have the ambitions. So Japan thought if we sign this treaty, we'll keep Russia at bay. Shall needs for years, yeah. With Dutch? And the British Sterling didn't even have permission to sign a treaty? Was there to find and attack Russian ships? Or fearing Japan's neutrality in the conflict? And still there's very big questions about these islands. And trust me, people who are living on these islands, they really would like to be on the Japan side. Let's see. Japanese friendship treaty. Okay, we'll check it offline. Of course. Let me save this link. Alright. So, then we'll see just how deceived this evidence really is. Why actually waiter is lying? Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Proceed with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Says another situation with Argentina? Wow. Prosecution call its next witnesses. I wonder why Russia not trying to get Alaska back to them. Maybe in the future this will happen. Very well, officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Several? Who's those? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Surgeons. Essa Noza. Noza? Important for Jesus, sir. Wait a second. Iyosa. Yeah. Iyosa. Well, he's Noza. Myself, I find employer as a courier of fine articles of antiquity from the effervescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Korekota at your service. Korekota. Korea. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. It must be the dinners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I happily take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business. Can't understand the words that old man is saying, actually totally simple. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously touches La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Also, to be honest, that surgeon looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, he was witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is it correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black uniformed Shiroga infantrymen over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This means as impossible to understand as the other. Well, at least I understand all these words because I was watching Doctor Who. And in unit, or what was this, they constantly using such phrases like affirmative and so on. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, okay. The size of evidence, the prosecution was threatening. A soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes? Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the accident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by ready to report, sir. What was this sound? Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. All clans had no native peoples, settled them hundreds of years ago, but Argentina always claimed them because of the lines that the Pope drew to divide up South America. Oh my god. Why people constantly demanding some land? I don't understand. If you're building your house here, I do understand, but this, especially Kuril Islands, like, is it strategic for something? They're producing nothing, they're not valuable except for some military, maybe. Falklands War. Freeing their people. It's like current situation in Russia. Yeah. They go into Ukraine trying to free their own people, which actually I don't know. Soviet people, maybe. Definitely not Russian. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with an old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden cuirass to the military gentleman. At this precise moment, a firearm was discharged. What is the sound? I'm observing the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadets fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously abscondent person's courier. I don't understand this. His words. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. Ooh, now it's a knife. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assaulted in the broad light of day. This is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Literally true, Iranskid? Yes. All I did was picked up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I had said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. So there was no even sound? I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... So it was another gun? Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Oscar, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As you have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic! Huh? How did you know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting it's alright to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Hirosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence? All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves a witness is lying. Now let's go, Lansky. Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. I have only 5 tries to do this. Okay, as usual I can press this. I was investigating a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Let's press it. No? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of that. I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that gets your attention, anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, usually cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. I was eating it all my childhood. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes sir, I will sir, on the doubles. You should let steak rest first. Not have it piping hot? So, well, but it shouldn't be cold, isn't it? Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? I'm sorry, I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah? Negative. Well, at least we all learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Myself looks extolling the virtues of particularly fine golden cure to the military gentleman. Not is it? I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban boy? What is Koban? What is he talking about? A Koban? You mean an old adequate? Wait a second, he doesn't know either, like me. The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant. The following day, we saved them secreted in my bosom pocket, in the hope of an affluent cognizance apprised of its indisputable value being present. Still hot. Just not fresh off the grill. So I need to go to the restaurant and try the steak. I believe I did it only once in my whole life. Really? Yeah, I was in the steakhouse. No, maybe twice. And that's all. Well, nowadays if you order it, it will be delivered like in 30 minutes approximately. It'll be too cold, I'm not sure. You only live once? Maybe in this case I must go to a Japanese restaurant and order fugu fish. Maybe I will die after eating it, who knows. So you were hoping to sell your common coin to Sergeant Noza, who you met at the restaurant. Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier will have no hope of purchasing a precious coven. Isn't it so? Well... Little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting as superior officers to your list of crimes, do you? What insubordination. And... Hello, Jordash8. Thank you for subscriptions for 11 months. And let's win some court cases. Thank you very much. No, I didn't say anything. Also, penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remains precious few presents with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braced will at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Pressing this. So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative, I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me It must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if it really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Endeavor. Or Endeavor. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I pick up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your full mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Sure, that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I have got whammed today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air zone? Well, it would seem the soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. It's not good. The black uniformed's varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the courtier little whistle. So, this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I had just about enough of your sauce, Cadet. Who else do you see around here in black uniform, huh? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you little weasel. You emboldened the fireman, that man. From behind his back. And you call yourself... Wait a second, we already know that the hole is on the front. And there was no bullet outside because it's stuck in the body, so it cannot be behind the back. Obviously, very easy case. And you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me. What is it? Ask him. I'm not quite sure. It's something that the surgeon just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something way in my mind. Obviously, they like teaching us how to play this game right now. In that case, check back all the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Also, my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysterious, absconded precious curum. This is the last one, but it doesn't hurt if I actually press every single sentence. On your hands and knees, could you explain that, please? That's right. Spoiling the... What? Authorities. I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The common, of course. The exquisite high-era common coin. Had just been shown the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After... what? Averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more, it simply vanished. The common vanished? As I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor, in order to locate it, and then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than. So it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred. Indeed, myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Yosuke. You know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. Understand that? The question is, how? Like I said before, the key is to this is using evidence that you collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E button. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, present your evidence with R and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you deal too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Here's the evidence and the court records and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your heart and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay, so... and from the back? Alright. So I must just present this photo. What? What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Trusting some photographic prints in my mustaches. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency. There's no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It could be more plain. To spell it out would be insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic prints presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant? Yes and no, sir. Yes, sir? What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniforms were to take cadets fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no, it just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Oh. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? And it's actually little boy behind him. What? Up there? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Noza? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious caramel steak, sir. What? The last testimony of the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Noza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. Since the conclusion we must draw is simple, there's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for a common coin, weren't you? Indeed, the priest or a common. Hunting around under the table, I was in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. You heard their gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant. Ronsky Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is it clear? As clear as clear glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. I'm waiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something Oh, someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Furious, the newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, named Ida. It seems those straps are a sign of the surgeon being too strapped for the nanny. Ida. Tinsha. What? Foss is about to kill the enemy. Oh my god. Push and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same scene. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirms that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone, he was the Englishman, hidden all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadets could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. These testimonies are certainly... Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. I've seen enough of these outbursts already. There was a woman, there was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. You call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evidence beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Indeed. Of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Did they hide? Is that a set of utensils or so? Kinda strange. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Wait a second. So he was sitting here. He cannot sit here. Well, let's see. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else, but his place was in a different place. Let's see. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? Just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. Actually, I'm not sure if it was visible on screen. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It seems that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard have no further room for doubt. Some very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. So since that I, Taketsuchi, Haochi, you have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The church is ready to rule. Stand tall, Hyunsuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the stance. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw on the truth, your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick, understood? Girls can be so unbending at times. Gain 5 phrases. So even if what I saw was at the precise moment the fireman was discharged, it's almost the same scene. No, it's not the same scene at all. For a fact, for a start, I didn't fire that gun. I have a difference of opinions on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Ah? Did you? Do you see it? You see me blink? How could I? And yet, it's an undeniable fact that I did blink. Everyone's blinking constantly, non-stop. So there you have it. Have what? Chin-chin. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. Seems that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in his most incriminating position as well. Then so, Korakota-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young black in black, which myself I did see him. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, it's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as a culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed the gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And exactly that moment, a gunshot rang in my ears, full of events beyond our control. Life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the coban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, his pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirms that we were the only personnel present. At that time. Not before. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, you are growing a curse in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there had been more people dining there at the time, someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, because the place was almost empty. It's what you expect. Certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to it. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eaten at the time of day and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. there was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is it, Consul? It's a medical rubber card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior— Wait a second! Spark, maybe you was right? There's an appointment at the clinic. Is it related to opium? Prior to visiting the restaurant. At the clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 9th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment? The explanation could be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder. What do you think, Yansky? Well, it's hard to see how it could be related, really. However, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report cards to be submitted as evidence or not? Obviously yes, how can it be not? If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report cards to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. You have a right to explore all possible evidence. I beg your pardon? I have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever certain they are right. The most stupid trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Okay, a medical report card from hotel clinics that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is a new clothes. Let's see. I cannot examine it, so okay. Medical report card from hotel clinic. Alright. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first, so now it will be unlocked. Check it. Right, I heard you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kuluk01's. Let me check it again. Why do you need this one? Indeed, alone he was the Englishman, dining all by himself. Well, it's definitely a lie. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did? Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statement as well. Oh yeah, by the way, let's examine this. Don't like the position where it's standing. Don't like this at all. Why do you need magnifying glass here? how can it help? As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. The antiques dealer, the surgeon, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman, or not. Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? I don't remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Yes, one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you, have failed. Is this the professor's then and companion? Just not possible. Fortunately for you, defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. Also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you're the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... Such a woman, if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Do you have this proof? And if no such proof exists, prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing can say to that. Excellent work, Yansky. You've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I don't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. They are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use direction buttons to rotate the evidence in all directions, examine it from all angles like in Resident Evil. Now using the ASD, you can use mouse, isn't it? You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. As the crosshairs start to pulsate, space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Let's see. No, I cannot use... Oh, I can use it to rotate, but... I can't even do this. Alright, let's see. So, Mr. John Wilson, Hoda Clinic. It says Hoda Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. And aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. I remember, even so, I felt awful already. I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. No, forget it. No, my whole life. People would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic. They treat people for illnesses like that. What would work? Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Looks like this medical rubber card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. It's a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'll never consult one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point, so you don't like doctors then. How would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege, all when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. It's a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very better medicine indeed. So, that's actually like all? Can I open it? Oh, wait a second. There's something here. Oh, this gamepad it would be played much better. Let's have a look. There's some kind of medical history. Oh, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Have they used laughing gas as the most modern practice in the West for pain relief? It's so hard with this anesthesia. Also, it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Wait a second, it was topical solution, no? Oh, they say partially known from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information was bear in mind. Okay, you did it. Okay, a record of dental work. On the day of the murder, Twickley had undergone dental treatment and been prohibited from eating or drinking anything but water. Isn't this information? The meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay. Not this. This will change your premises at the time confirmed that there was only one personnel. Wait a second, I skipped the number 4. Can I return back? Well done, Rescue. Have even more to go on now. Still doesn't feel like the situation has really changed, so... No, discrepancies have come to light, and that's what we need. I think the situation has changed a great deal. Come a long way. How so? Because we have just what we need. It's simply a case of using it to our advantage now. Then do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? Crucial point is, the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. Fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. To That's right. Thinking about Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident. Hello, I'm Vairava. Yeah, great and terrible. Put that particular statement in a totally different light. Just keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. What was number 4? Along he was, dealing all by himself, that's it. Well, I think about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Hersky. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly. In that cross-examination, you just scared out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. I feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. No rights, and thanks for the advice. Hargata-san is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Oh, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You're not to interrupt court proceeding with your amateur's dribble. What? Let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before the time is completely irrelevant. But that's... Remember, Ironsky, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Excellency, I believe we have finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotel Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is it supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Hargata-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, Lesmo, You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dealing alone. But it cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your heart. That's a very discrepancy we are talking about. Can you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant, guys, have turned. Well, he actually can eat anyway, because I remember it was saying like don't eat 3 hours or so, and I was eating in an hour without any problem. Because I want to eat, ignorance the rules, etc. But alright, will you agree, Yanskin? Yes, most definitely. So, having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat? Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinions of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that's me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. It's the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Good, so, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the victim himself, and me, the two witnesses, or an as yet unknown third party. Obviously this one. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eaten anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a further trial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? They have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Karakata-san? No? You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. How about some... Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses give false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip over the tongue. Order, Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, it's classified. Nice innovation. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? What? Some rules telling us that every young child in anime must have snotty nose? Same by the way for the old people as well. No? Said many times. You wouldn't... This can't be happening! Here's judging from the way they are reacting to this, it seems they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Maybe it's a fake one. Mustache. However, I don't believe Archie had any idea about it. What do you think? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? You can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, so we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut? Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you, the penalty will be thorough. Yes. Wait, Your Excellency! No idea about any of this, I swear to every Shindigod! I knew nothing! And what does the defense have to say about all this, Oh, well, Your Excellency... No time to think. Just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first names that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Wait a second, I cannot check anything right now. Well, definitely not Kazuma. Why it should be a professor? Archie himself? A victim? Satoru? Well, he's the only one who can do this. Let's present him. Well, sure that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? He truly were? Come on, Ryusuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. Wait a second. And what do I have? I can't even examine this? The symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. And I will take a pause one more time. Be right back. Yes, I can check, but when I last time was doing this, everything was locked, so I was thinking that it should be unlocked at some point of time. Well, now definitely I'll check everything. Well, pins had never been an option, isn't it? Just here for fun or something. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spike design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Also, this causes problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. And that was the idea of one of the founders, a sharp pin, a sharp mind or something. There's even a number here. Now it's better to use the keyboard to check everything. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course you can get a new pin. Of course you can get a new pin made if you can just tell them your number. I actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student's number by heart. Seriously? It's 901. I always say to myself I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget not to forget that. Well, when you remember you can record it immediately, no? What about this? No, nothing, totally the same. Do we need to know this number in the future? 901. Okay. Let's check the post-mortem. Wait a second. Like this. No, there's nothing to check. Photograph of victim. It's only magnifying glass. Nothing else. Waiter's business card. His name is on the business card, isn't it? I didn't know that you can rotate it. I was checking it. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga? Primary Criminal Investigation Division? Imperial Police Bureau. That's it. So easy. Well, that's unexpected. What is it? Look, do you see it saved the witnesses? Name here, Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. Oh, by the way, I actually have a camera to hide myself, except chat. Can I actually do it for the chat as well? If I want to show something, 1 second. Like hiding it like this, now switching back to this. Chat is working, right? And hiding it again, working pretty fine. Okay, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? Have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They well done. It's somehow here. Whether business card information has been updated. Sketch of the restaurant's layout on the back on the front stated that Hosonaga-san is a police inspector. It was... yeah, the first thing that I was thinking, why waiter have a business card? Here will be only magnifying glass, isn't it? Oh my god. It's working like this. Yeah. This one already checked. "29 years old. Already head officer. Well, this one is definitely 67. What's this? They don't look young for some reason. Kamerowski, time to hit the escort with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity is proven by this evidence. Obviously, this. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that is of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. It's where the details is. Would somebody please explain what this over-excited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of the business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians. are concerned. So, witnesses there, in the stand, was in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you've seen this foreign gentlewoman at the stand? Well... Inspector Hasanaga? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence or list, it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh. Oh. Is there a problem? And the plan to the court officer at once. Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. Strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly is my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Oh, of course! The salary... I was working undercover. Salary is so low that he was working as a waiter. Undercover... Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hasanaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. I have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other dinner. Therefore, I'll let you assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I expected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slathered in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say? Remove the English woman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. the Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been moderate on our soil to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yumi University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them studying at the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory is a young Englishwoman. What? You're shrewd. And see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean? Well, I removed the moon from the scene of the crime. I thought it's prudent to check your identity first. The record demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Humane University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I mean that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of you in their testimonies. So it only can be this one? It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. So, the second professor just screwed the person and killed this woman? Very well, my thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as you have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceeding of my courtroom. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you will be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. If you will be constant character here? Possible. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good, then we will have a 30 minutes recess before reconvening. Call it with the blood to be continued. concluded. That was the game. Well, of course I will save it. Part 2. And how much did I spend on this? 2 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, well, actually not much. So I have around 2 hours to continue. Maybe I'll be able to finish the first episode. Usually the first one is very short, but I'm spending so much. I might not be able to finish it in 5 streams. Maybe I need 10, 15, 20, who knows. And in Chamber 5. Excellent work, Leonsky. It was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, I started finding inconsistencies in their testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Hello, Reborg. Enjoy yourself. I will not. Forget it. It's terrifying. To get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we are exposed your phantom lady at last. By the way, just notice he has not just 1 pin, but 3 of them. I wonder why. Kinda interesting. What the other 2 mean? Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. It was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friends, she was hastily escorted away from the stand, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, and on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up... They're repeating this for the 3rd time already. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bounced me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. I was thinking about the detective. He apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, because I was shut in the pantry. I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Oh, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikadava. Well, it seems I was right. Dr. Wilson was a major character for the 1st season of the series House. I'd never watch it. Is it related? Well, he's not a doctor like a medic. His doctor is professor. The pair of you make an outstanding team. Exceeded my expectation, I have to say. Yes, seems you planned this from the start. You arranged scenes so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. So, Mikadava Mikadawa. He's a good guy? Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest youngsters overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Learn or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avoid the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What do you think, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'll feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. How do you think of it? He said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. He's a professor of medicine anyway, so... Yes? So they related to medicine. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. Victor was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprits as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we are going up against. That gentlewoman whose involvements our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. She from royal family something? Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. I have no doubt that you will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run around at the university at once. It's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Sama? Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal at this. So long before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you, really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Why does it sound like I'm playing mahjong so? Well, it's definitely a Japanese motif. But... they're like using the same notes or something? I'm not sure. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend, coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. It's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whenever we are up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. Maybe it's the only time when someone's education actually matters. Usually, I know many cases when people are going to some, like, super university, colleges, schools, etc. And for what? To be some average office workers with average salary? Like it's only happens like 1 of million who actually needs some education. Usually people just wasting other people's time and like sit in the class. Oh, save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume cafeterias on University Street. It's an extra large portion, of course. Just 12? The going currently resumes the trial of Ryonsuke. Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to sudden young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Not perfectly set here. Yeah, much better. Let the government scrutinize, but their job, it's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations really so fragile, that treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryonsuke. What do I mean? A secret trial? Actually over some foreign government's opinions. Abundant investigation. Missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up, you jumped up Rockabye. You and your friends know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. It's very nice look on his face. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could only study harder too. But standing here, now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly, and he has only one opinion on this side. Kazuma too. Two? This means the second grade or something? A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryonsuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. Little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain is Giselle Brett. Yes. Oh my god. Okay. Can't see her face. What the heck is on top? Oh, Wow, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan from such a distant land. Tea. Someone bring English tea. In England, no discussion take place without tea. Is it true? No idea. So, could you possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hasanaga. I have been working undercover, the head waiter. Yes, we know all about you already. Satoru Hasanaga, what are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is it true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. Said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Goose? It's not a goose. Yeah, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your descriptions for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Maybe it's ugly goose. Sorry, Onsky, but powers of observation aside, your powers of descriptions are sorely lacking. Guilty. Let's come. Alright. So, darling, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. What, a mask? She's royal from... Royal family. What? How am I supposed to read this? That's why there's no voiceovers. Voice actor. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... what? Are they speaking English here? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in university's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you say, but it was as beautiful as human burden song? As far as I can tell. A detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You obviously do find it in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't riddle you at all, does it? No, you're clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Yonsky. The court thanked the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if you may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. Her has been led to believe that you were dinner there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is it correct? How can you study something in Japan if you don't speak Japanese? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. I understand. But you're the one who engineered her escape. Just following special orders from the bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so fortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the victim's perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness of the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. She even has a tail with that. Order in court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. A frightening, sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Professor was unable to eat, so ordered for myself only beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into fierce arguments. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well... What? No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. What did he say? I didn't even try to read it. This condemning testimony indeed. So, actually, you don't need to read when they interrupt on something, because there's almost nothing happening. Alright, you filthy wretch. Oh, look at you black-hearted blackguard, and look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ronsky. You mustn't blurt out when you go that like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. So, I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so let you go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's no way about your person where she could conceal a firearm inside the hut. Hotel. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown. It's not. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up your dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ranska. But I didn't find the gun I picked up. There must have been enough guns there that day. You're right about that, which means This lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. So, I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. 2 p.m? Yeah. Something left. After 2 p.m, in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? Don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. What? Isn't that right? No. She said it in Japanese? Yeah. And the stiff English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day of question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic, what a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So, you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? What? You cooked it already? Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hotel Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with a witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. Seriously, you can eat this? I'd never heard that somebody said this. What was the name of that NES Resident Evil game? It was Sweet Home for Famicom. Sweet Home. The first game in the series. Officially, by the way, because it was created by the same person who decided to create a 3D remake of it and next transfer it into Resident Evil game. And it's very visible that it's like the same game, just 2D. Oh yeah, and the game is based on the movie Sweet Home that is available on YouTube. So I still didn't finish watching it. I completely forgot. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is it right, Miss Brett? A watch party for the movie? Only if in Discord you will do something like this. We can come and watch. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left? Tell me, what a horrifying experience! You have traveled to distant islands on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the dinners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Gransky, about the witness's last statement? How should I know? Well, definitely he removes the glass of water. It's very meaningful. No? The last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. So it was released first on MSX? I definitely would like to have PC 88 and 98 in my collection, but the problem is it will be super hard to get a working copy, the perfect one, and anyway, how can I stream from it? By using VGA cable or something? It will be very hard to do. Especially that there's no translated games. Officially. Better emulate them. Defense calls for the witnesses last time, okay. Well, sidestep it, console. Very well. Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. It was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. Could really use that phrase. I hope there are some more useful tips you pick up from this experience than that, Velasquez. A beef steak by myself, and the professor and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. So once you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beef steak was for you, Miss Brett. The lady says that she had heard it was not customary to eat beef until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. Heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Sashimi. It's raw fish, actually, without anything. It's kinda tasty. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? True, come to think of it. First time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. Different cuisines for each country. Well, some countries had cannibalism in the past, isn't it? Even in America. But I seriously don't understand the Mexican food. Adding spice into the meat, and actually same for Indians, adding spice to the meat. Why? It kills the taste, so I prefer Japanese cuisine because, well, you can add some soy sauce, but it's not like mandatory, same for wasabi. Raw fish you can consume as it is. And in Mexico and India it's already cooked with fishes, so you cannot remove them, it's not possible. How can you eat something like this? What about the taste of meat, fish, and beef, by the way? But anyway, back to this witness's statement. Somehow, I feel like there's something out of place in what she's saying. We need to pounce on even the slightest sin now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal is turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma. So while the accused came over to greet the professor and they got a fierce argument. You don't like red meat? Red meat at all? So tartar steak is not for you. Would like to try it someday. Now got into an argument with the professor. So what? You eating only chicken? All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Still get angry with me. No. I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. Of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway, but English is the future. We must all speak English. What? Supiku? What does it mean? Ah, speak! Oh my god! English! You must all speak English. I was thinking what he's saying in Japanese, but it was actually English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever. Or only in the presence of the beautiful woman, huh? Well, this beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Speak English. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. The part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at that time. What you'll do, you Cicerone scoundrel, what did he say? The highly suspicious lady in the stand. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy. Boya. Seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense. The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. She's an out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful, gentle woman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. It's exactly the same way as you are, except for the fucking red ribbons. Well, anyways, this is our only chance to expose your testimony as the fiction that it is. You can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well, I feel half dead already. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in your testimony isn't making me feel any better either. First thing to do is press here on any of your statements that seems even slightly off to you. So like every single one, do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. Expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay, where's this number 5? She's definitely hiding inside this bird. Forgot its name down or something. Nah, it doesn't matter. It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. And decently remember you saying, I'm not. That's all you did? You just asked her? Sure, you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honorable English Delta Moore clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing in the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with the preposterous claims that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. A lady wishes to point out that, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get you out of there, I just urge you to leave. Lady would like to point out that she's no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Like a sitting student who refused to admit when the game is up. Could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Okay, so what? So, let's see. This one is the same. So this one was updated. What do you have? For this, cheers over a glass of carbonated water. when did I press it? What did it say? So boss here, the professor drank this carbonated water. Yes, being the veteran pronounced the glasses. He's saying, but he removes the second glass of what? Also, he said like use water, not carbonated one. So I understand. And so what? Even if she's still the lie here for water, I should be against it. I have two things to actually put here, like there's no second glass. And he can drink only plain water, Let's see what we have. Loss of blood from a gunshot sheds the body and passes through the victim's body. Photograph of this. It's just one glass. Waiter's business card. But where they were sitting. This one is of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moment following the incident. But there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Exactly. And that's not all. Look here, at the upper left, where it says kitchen. Oh yeah, what of it? One would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially not if they were in a hurry. You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Yansuke. This one of the restaurant raises number question again? Okay, I'm checking only one side of this. In the hat and goods. It's for camouflage? That I was thinking? Yeah, from the very beginning. Okay, so we're checking just one the same side. Just going like this and switch to something else. Okay, it's not this one. Let me check the medical record one more time. No food to drink other than water. Carbonated water is water or not? For me, not. And there's only one glass, so he might be remove the second one. Well, we have two tries. I can press on this first. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It was exactly as it was left. That is correct, but it says. Well, that is, it's odd, very odd. Hear me, what's odd is the deficit's inability to express itself. Yansuke, What is it about the prince that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. And the cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. I'm supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over a miniature? What? What possible difference does the presence of absence of a glass make on the case? Miniature? Minuet, maybe? You say? Could be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence. Well, I know the pronunciation like 2 variants of 2 different words, but how it was on the paper letters, never heard about this. Oh, had never seen it. Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table with it. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she said. Good gracious. Sorry? Yes, I assumed the car before. This is of no consequence at all. Please. You must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before your very eyes. Who could blame you for concealing a glass or 2 in your state of disarray? It's absurd. Oh, really? So, do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the stand. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency, a small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the stand now. What is this hieroglyph? It's shaking it so fast that I cannot even check. What does it mean? Oh, we can actually try to do this Google Translate. Let's see, Japanese. Camera. Will I able to do this? Scene? It's a scene? Oh, like guilty maybe. I think it's guilty. Strange that they didn't translate it somehow like subtitles or something. Alright. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. A student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretensions, accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this class. Let's by the way. Money reception. You'll say something like, "It's a last try?" Something. And then the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think, henceforth, we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel, for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away into your handbag. There's a deeper significance in it. Handbag, of course. Wait, the ladies put the glass into your handbag, you say? Yes. Do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfits. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was your handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you wild-back girl? Insinuating. It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire the gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes. Did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir. I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Hidden? No. Order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Archie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your wondering incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? It's getting worse for him. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I didn't search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Still. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to send the student lawyer, really. Excuse me. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. It's didn't exist at this time, isn't it? It's photographic prints. This print is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to make immediately after the shooting. Wait a second, it's... So, it's inside this bird, isn't it? By the way, let me check the name of this bird. Oh, wait a second, I don't remember. How should I search for it? Oh, wait a second, maybe this? Swan! Yes, Wonder Swan. So, the bird is Swan, actually. Not good. Parrot? Parrot was in the first game. the very first one. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like this are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Really? So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Well? Order. Inspector Hasanaga, you will submit the dream as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Photograph? Okay, a photograph taken by Hasanaga's son after the incident occurred shows Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think you hadn't long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. Let me check this one. This. So, what about it? Wait a second, look at this! It's a tattoo. He's really, I don't know, part of the, like, drug cartel or something. Kinda interesting. Strange that I cannot speak about this. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As a photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied that there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. The pathetic figure slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student, but the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. The fact you can chew onto your heart's contents from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, still going to study in Great Britain, will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? Here's the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. Smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. Amateurishly is getting tedious. When His Excellency Dean said the trial's over, he gives his ruling. As the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Excellent, just a moment ago, he said this, I just noticed that... What is he wearing here? His hand. As the photographic prints just submitted appears to have no further significance. There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that there was a problem with the evidence. Some significant detail, I mean. Significant. Then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. Is it blood and straw clutching? Look at this photographic print. All it shows in the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with the evidence. Oh, but I know what you're doing, Rensky. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the course scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbook. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this raucous, desperate whizzes. Yes, I'm desperate, but this isn't a whiz. There's something about the photograph which just doesn't seem right, and I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. It's like in other games. One chance at the very end. Kleptomaniac? Well, somebody stole this coin from... this antique person, wait a second, how to name him? Doesn't matter. But it was Solder. To make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic prints Inspector Hasanaga submitted before. You'll indent a file for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. So kinda this one. Oh, look at this, huh? It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Dear me! I was wondering what new people you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Apparently that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do you? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as the prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I can't allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Hyunsky? Do you believe this Braun does have something to do with the case? By the way, it was autosave. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I think I should keep digging and digging in the hopes that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to pry the shut-in door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that refutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? But to find something between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the difference will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial? Oh my god. How can I do this? I actually saw something like this, isn't it? Somewhere. Well, definitely not this. Okay. Not this one. And not this. How can it be business card? Oh yeah, this one! But of course I saw it here. So it was hot? What's this? Console. Yet another print? It's related to why this steak was hot? Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in photograph, things you may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Roka. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If it's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Was it in these photographs that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Well, it's kinda obvious it's this one. Why I cannot put it exactly where I want it? The beef steak? Actually, the point is a metal plate the steak was served on. Maybe next time I'll try to play it with gamepad if I don't forget it. Might be forget it. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? Now it's in color. You can see there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate. I'll be able to finish this case today. And the victims burn. Exactly the same shape. Ryosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. But even if that is the case, you can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. And then the day before that, it must likely happen at some other unrelated time. Well, Sadly, Prosecutor Archie chances of that extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly disturbable. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Will you agree, Inspector Hasanaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly. What? I would say, looking at the picture of the one, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And also, it's not particularly a large burn. It's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. The head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! There you have it. Something isn't right here. And the detective said, anyone who burns themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hasanaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds a day. Could be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. When the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the surgeon, and the old antiques dealer case, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Archie? Well, yes, I suppose. Though the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryosuke, do you think? Do I think? Can't really be true, I don't even know. Now damned, we'd arrived to a conclusion like this, but he was dead before he was killed? I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap? What? There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased, it's the only conclusion. No one could remain silent while his wrist was burned on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. It's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Console, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, Professor was already dead. That's madness! Don't know how to explain it even. Order base! Council, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the Rocky student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. No, Prosecutor Auchi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. But you pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered the burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Press opium. His food. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate, in the bottom, this piece of events. So that's why she was hiding the glass, because there's poisons under it. And after this shooting as well? Well... I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, justice system in our country may be in its infancy. So what is the reason why she killed him? Look, there must always be a possibility to kill. Be easily founded, and evidence. It's right here, in this glass, but of the reason you don't have a motive, it cannot be proven that you did something. Even killing people like some serial maniac, he has a motive. Everything must be explained. Or if it was done by accident, it's not a first-grade murder, something else. But rest assured, original doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Excellency. Shot? Knife in the back? Nah. I was standing on the back of him, so definitely not knife. What? She's speaking Japanese now? No? What was that smile? Yes? Of course, so it's like an accent that she's using, despite this. No, without accent now, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Maybe she's from Japan, actually. Oh well, of course I do. I'm studying your country after all. Yeah, then why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, and the most refined and elegant language in the world? As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Oh my god. She's a racist. but it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. I'm truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see that I have no water. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, you're finally going to hear your own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Yosuke. The victim's death? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides a gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. She's right. This most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. It does it. Hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's brawn is utterly irrelevant. Are you speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today? Minister of Justice? Where that irritating little bully of a student became the harshest punishment possible. Amen? I forgot how to pronounce this one. Amen or something. Huh? Sense? Was that a prayer or something? Well, you have to give the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. Expect you noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is it clear? What was this? Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. The victim's death. Actually, I have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. Of course, it's right, but I will press anyway, why not? We'll check more text. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You cannot have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those slightly black trousers of yours has been wide open? What? What? You cannot have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What fun? You had a list. The old lady is absolutely right. As your friends, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Hanska. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can you, in your brains, imagine such a scene? Oh yeah, I think my your brain can. Well, I can't. Anyway. Once the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. She explains why he orders a drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Also, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table. I'm afraid I don't remember that. Sorry. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in the course, it means bless you! I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. So it's actually English that they understand. As far as I've heard, the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. It doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. What about the knife? It's no knife. Or was it you? And you somehow know more about this case than Aaron have. Then he must already have been dead at that point. Poisoned knife. Poisoned plate, wait. Poisoned went through the plate to his hand and he died. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Archie is right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, can be no doubt. Isn't it right, Inspector Hasanaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbids, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Call such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, Takatsushi Aochi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Oh my god. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's foreign investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. She's kinda right, so how can we prove this? Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't it so? Quite right. The carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes... What? Takes different directions, vital evidence may be lost. He said, wait a second or something. Matter. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. Trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? You know, well, the lady is so formidable as she is beautiful. And amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Archie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Bianska? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press here, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's tough witness. You need to find a way to break your testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, you ask her? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. What? You still don't know? Why the detective is dressed like a restaurant waiter? It's undercover. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. So we must select him. What's the last statement? Here? But I saw no option to select. Maybe this now. So desu ka? So desu ka? Oh yeah, by the way, Foxy and Azako is playing Mahjong, I believe you must say man, pawn and soul, not soul.
Mate.
So how can I select him? Is there any possibility? Oh yeah, you can press on this. Yes, there it is again. I didn't know that you can press on it. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as your interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the English woman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I explain how to do it, Yunosuke. Yunosuke, oh my god. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment we are focused on Miss Brett, who is the person actually making the current statement. But by moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space. Actually, it's pretty fun to play with keyboard and mouse. So we'll continue with this. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Right then, so first I should move the marker across with A and D and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go. Here it is. Chotto? What's that? What? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Is there something you'd like to say, please? Share it with the court. The meaning of this is a delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with your testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is it how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hasanaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. It's already 11 PM. Maybe I'll finish it today. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hasanaga, always strive to make every investigation involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? Tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence like on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. It's okay if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touch a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that? There's a bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fees, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water, I don't care what anyone says. Is there some left in the bottle? I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time is coming, I guarantee it. I say, I can't condone the witness actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The water the victim and Miss Brett shared on the day of the murder was on the victim's table. Miss Brett, let me see. Seriously, can I examine it? The label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Can't even read this. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? Since French, this must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to friends and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Definitely. Can't find anything out of place. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Also, it's just plain water now. No, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. Just have a sip of this to keep me going. Don't risk it. You can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. No, you're right. You don't know what might be inside, do you? You never just to amaze me, honestly. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Well, something in the water is kinda obviously a poison. So that will be inside the glass. But she may be destroyed already. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? She must say no. Yes? It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will calmly control his furrow. No idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that. Rice and glass in the dust. There's some way, other way a man's life can be taken without leaving the trace. Please do show me. Well, I can only present it right here. Well, at least I will try. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? What if it was inside the glass, not the bottle? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison in his drink? There's only person who could possibly have done it. So, Brett, it was you. This is outrageous. To such a sin without a scrap of evidence. little rookie imbecile, have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? I've forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire. Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rushed accusation could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this. It is you who should be silent. What? What did he say? For this disgraceful attack on the lovely young... Yeah, of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just stopped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? This covers your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? I have forgotten what my guiding principle is already. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. Believe it. Literally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any descriptions in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? Well, it's inside the glass, obviously. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place. If he was poisoned. It was a knife? Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. And the prosecution have asserted a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. X now? The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for their defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? I have. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Rensky. I have nothing more. Well, if you excuse me now, I must be leaving. Somebody found the glass finally. That's why he sent her. Please, wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding in court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikadawa, medicine. Susato. Susato. I need to check the actual pronunciation correctly in hiragana or something. Medical assistance to the defense. Oh, I can check it right now. Wait a second. There must be a beacon. Wiki characters. We should explain who are they. Stupid advancement. Okay. Oh my god, it's not in hiragana, it's in kanji. Why it's in kanji? How should I... Okay, let's copy this kanji into Google and translate. Maybe it will switch it to hiragana? She's 16 years old, by the way. Sadly, I was not able to do this. Well, kanji will take me longer analyzing. Assistance to the defense. Migadala? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. In her hands, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. What? It's not over yet, it's already 11 PM, oh my god. It'll take a lot, isn't it? Should I continue or not? That's the question. Definitely will be the end. Let me check. How long it will take? That's the question. 1 PM already. Like 1 hour passed, but I spent more than 2. No, I really want to finish the first one. Well, I understand you are just your assistance to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Assistants and a woman, no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But your excellency, most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something, written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. The English woman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yeah, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I have been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. A new poison? Special characteristics of curare and its effects on the human subjects. Yeah, it's a poison. Interesting. The deadly one. Curare? What's that? I never heard that word before. Really? It's kind of famous. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. It was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I will summarize what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you see that could be valuable, please cast your eyes over it. It's wonderful, thank you. Report detailing a known poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time in the university. And no, it was very, like, hardly used. I don't remember where. In Africa? Goodbye, Sam. Well, I know to Japan, maybe in Britain, and good luck. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. I see now. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Affects instant paralyzing of the entire body, and some subsequent deaths even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patient would die of suffocating. And she teleported. Yep. It's long enough, console. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. As the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Here, we're out of options here. It really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. Just look. You unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I am afraid it's not so very long until tea time. Have to politely forgive me, Miss Red. Seems I wasn't clear, or at least it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Well, it's obviously the last one? Miss Giselle Brett. I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yumei University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, console? A toxin known as cholera, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. Complete and utter nonsense. Cholera, you say? You haven't heard of it? You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of cholera before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct, which means no matter what test the police can do for toxins that never identify cholera. Overdose of cholera. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to these reports, authored by the visiting research student from England, cholera has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lay their arrows. I believe it was many times used in the Agatha Christie novels, but I'm not sure. Or maybe Sherlock Holmes. Since it is reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists to lay their arrows, the report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows, lest be scurry, suffer instant death. Does that about sum it up, Miss Pratt? Trumpery. This aspersion are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of these so-called deadly poisons, deadly cheese, oh yeah, he would have been skirmished and written in pain, and the other diners would have all seriously noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? But didn't he write hard-boiled detectives? I didn't read actually. Jeez. But I had tons of books. Yeah, around 50. Okay, 20 at least. Maybe more. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. To remember anything like that either. You know that the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explaining self-control. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor, but with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow Kazuma. It's just paralysis. I saw the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediately paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was sleeping peacefully in an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. It's the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you suggesting that this bottle console actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there's no means of testing for the happy tale for the defense. If I may, all these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must... Shut up. It's you who must be taught. But you must be taught some manner. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. About what a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. But what do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for another crime? It really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, excuse me. Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She'll drink and nothing will happen because it's inside the... glass? Well, yes, I don't see why not. Oh, she'll smash it. No, she must drink it. Don't get too big for your booze, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry, but you also from the island. To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a racial comedy. A little police games, these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Goodness. Whatever is the matter, you all look quite stunned. So take a lot to actually finish it. So, no cholera. The bottle was clean. Is it what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, it's a simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so consciously here in this grand venue, most kind. Added later? To the body? Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Red? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I'm given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Oh yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. It doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in this bottle. Yeah, it's definitely, but glass is missing. Actually, I thought that they'll bring glass here, but no. So how? How did she? How did she swallow the whole glass and live to tell the tale? To understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? Well, that can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over that. Come on, Ryushka. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryushka? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. But sometimes it's needs of a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniforms and ways of the world. Or is that what this color is supposed to represent? There was a goalless ending to a promising line. What I failed? With incorrect console, which you will be penalized. Can't believe. So it's actually in this bottle? Okay. This whole trial is poisoned. Now, there has to have been poison in that bottle. Doesn't there? But there can't have been. Okay, contains poison. The culprits did put corollary poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. Defense, you serious? Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw. Spreading the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your arguments, I think. I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Well, only a glass. Very well, if the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly poisoned water unscathed? So it was poisoned? Or not? I don't quite understand. Or they actually discovered how to not suffocate. Let's show this one first and see what will happen. Since the defense, or should I say the wretched accused, is the only real source of communication in this case, you'll have to... Okay, so it's not inside the glass. You must think harder. Sir Excellency, I'll try to find some better supporting evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. I'm going to lose here. But I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. If the defense or the wretched accused truly intends to assert this claim, okay. Let's check everything again. Not. Must be the study. Let's show this. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. It's not valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. The impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. Trying to ridicule anyone honest. I'm just reading Suzuda-san's notes. Check the meat? No. She was eating the meat, not him. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. He will direct us to the pertinent section counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? What is synopsis? It was at the end, isn't it? Oh, it's saying synopsis. Special characters. Characteristic. Practical application. Practical applications. It's right in here under practical applications, I think. Oh, really? Go on. Well, think about it. Want to know how the poison can be drunk without it taken effect. There's a practical application of the poison's use as a drink menu. What? I failed? We have to do better than that. Can't believe this. I shudder to think how we'll fare in the 20th century if we are led by the likes of you. Yes. Priyanska. What? Oh, reads properly. This was a concise advice. Fuguhish. Something that explains how the Englishwoman could have taken curry with no ill effects. Better read the research paper and see if I can spot anything. You don't have any more of a clue about that English town than I do. It's completely intractable. I concur. Okay. Let's see a special characteristic in this case. The poison made from bark of certain trees and the jungles of South America. Others of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. The paralysis of the entire body and some subsequent deaths, even a million dogs. The above-mentioned effect occurs when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by... it must be a wound! Oh my god! I thought they found a way how to not die here. I've been hearing a lot about this cholera poison. Oh my god, soon it will be midnight. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, console? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lay the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So you've been led to believe yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, does that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So sure the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be a madness. I actually found the answers to that conundrum in this research paper here. And the special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seems a little strange to me though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When cholera enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew cholera's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You went in little. Let's say, what's he? It's a tissue, isn't it? I'm not sure what is he holding. What? It's alive! This bird is alive! Oh my god. Well, Ransky, it turns out Swan. You're even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. And I failed to see it. So, the ill-bred's little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. as even your brain has managed to deduce, Kurare is safe to ingest. Seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric suckers. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So, if this vessel poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's why you use a gun? Oh. That's right. Good gracious. So many traps here. It's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in court, order! So he actually was killed with a gun, finally. Not poison. Logic holds, if the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Kurare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Should even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. I will not finish it today. Oh my god. What is this? Welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of convictions to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Objection. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Brett. Let me save here. I have only 2 mistakes, even less. 2, I think. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, and so both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As you now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Kurare? Oh my god! Because of the bullet? It had some damage of the tooth, isn't it? That's why! Those! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same way water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two dinners. Fatal difference? Why it's so huge now? The toxic effects of Kurare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But... so it's kinda good how they did this. There's so many tricks that you're falling into. Like you were thinking it was only inside the glass, but no, it was in the bottle. The goose was in charge? This one? What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside. Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Still not? she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also right. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Oh my god, there's definitely no poison here. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just sleep. She'll destroy it now. Oh my god. Oh there, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. What is it? What just happened? This English woman just smashed the bottle, and in the Superior Court was a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from the broken bottle as possible, at once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet and my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. Neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can pound the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid you'll never know now. Will we? If there really was poison in the bottle or not. Sure. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Where's the gloves? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to these photograph prints, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is a little schoolboy. No, you killed the victims that day, using cholera. And then, in order to frame Helsky Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hiding gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor and his chairs around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hiding gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly. As you'll have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Helsky Naruhodo. No, I have only 11 minutes to play this. Midnight already, and tomorrow is Monday. It's unbelievable. How can this be happening? He had you, but now? Is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obstinate. Helsky, yes? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What? What do you mean? Was a vital piece of evidence, that's true. So there's any clues left for us to use now. This means time to save. They must be in your head! In my head? told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this one was a foreigner with a swan on your head. So think back again now, try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. It was orange, isn't it? Blood here? They hide it in black and white. Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? This clue, of course. What else can I select? Actually, Kazuma. I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryusuke? Come on, son. Let's wipe the smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been nagging me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. Is there something, somewhere, the clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is? Well, blood? What else could it be? Inspector Hasunaga, answer me this. Yes, what is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigation, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steaks that you took to the victim's table that day. Oh, wait a minute. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in these photographic prints with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shoot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it into the plates, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Bratz. I beg your pardon? This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. The court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes, I took the plate, in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. Ketchup? Maybe it was his blood. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eaten, Miss Rats. I took the steak that the surgeon had been eaten. And I did it all in the name of justice. So we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brat's plate. We must examine it now. Inspector? The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. What a long episode. The first one, what about the other? Sorry for the delay. Yes, what you ordered, the steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? No? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood man, show the card! Of course. Examine the plates at your leisure. There's no blood! Oh my god. No? No blood. No blood anywhere. No, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see? That's why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. What's happening with your mask as well? Couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace of the Empire. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This less pretend attempts at courtroom proceeding is painful to watch. Oh god, let's save a game. Yeah, last time I saved like 15 minutes ago. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Sorry looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The meal Miss Bratz ordered for lunch. It was removed from the victim's tables after the incident. 2 minutes left, I cannot do this. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Let's see. What the heck is... What is this? And hello, Mormont. Thank you for the raid. Why there was no... Wait a second, why there was no sound about the raid? I mean notification. Why? And I don't know. But I noticed it. So thank you for the raid. Check it later why it didn't work. Sometimes it's not working. But really, once per year or something. What? Hooked on you at Dead by Daylight dating sim? What? I thought he was playing wait a second, Comms Party, the port from PC 98. So why is this gold here? Now if you find the motive? What in the world is this? I think it's a carbon coin, and the hallmark is from the Arabic. Wait a second, Soldier stole the coin, put it here, so it's not the dish that was on the table, right? The hallmark is from the Arabic, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what it's doing there? You beat it already, it was fast. So they will take a lot. Like 50 hours non-stop playing. Wait, did you say it was a Hoenn carbon? Yes. And apart from the meat juices, looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. Do you play this one? And this isn't the first time today that there's been a talk of Hoenn Koban. Head of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you'll ever be again. This is extraordinary, so this means... What does it mean? Do you expect that we'll be here? Should I check it? Or it will be the same? Since I never expected to find a precious coin underneath the thick cut of meat. Mobile ones? From middle 20 sodas? So they were the first one. So far, how many games here? Around 20, I think. And it's from Hoenn's Arrow too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well, look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No way. The next time I order steak is in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and barrel underneath for a price. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Leonski. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Let's see. This is now. I lost. Leonski. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I already did this. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further explanation of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Goldstein was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this play for stake? Any other clues at all? Of course. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascinations with beefsteak. Well, this one game was released, wait a second, maybe 5 years ago, but it was translated into English just 1 year ago. So recently. Still fresh. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastinations in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. We will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a new affirms ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you're alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef steak is this new clue to be found? Well, it's underneath. Should I open it with the same button? Yes. What is the word is this? They repeated it. So let's give it. Yes, apart from the images, it looks to be in good conditions. Very well. So he replaced this. Isn't it? Why is there no skip button? Okay. Why are we examining it the second time? What is the logical explanation? Oh, I didn't press present. My bad, it's different button. I was examining it instead of president. Good, good, scratches. That's a common? What on earth? A Erawan at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hiding underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that scene before in my life. Don't know what this is, but I want to part of it. I want no part of it. Well, to see how this is relevant, a coin under the meat? This could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. You're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare common just happens to be hiding underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my tickets to Great Britain right now. He's right. Can be coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Consul? Rare common just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Always don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should release that it is you who is irrelevant. And so, I am the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under the steak. They will fall apart. Maybe it wasn't some game. Maybe it happened. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the coven that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Oh, by the way, I didn't check that more information about that. System of Defense Lore, Kazuma Asagi. How can she be assistant if it's not allowed to be assistant for a woman? Asagi Kazuma, British exchange student who has studied under the victim, Yume University Medical School. Well, obviously, him. Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Russell Tane, Kurio Korekata-san. Kyori? As in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Kyuri? Like there was Kyuri as well? Don't remember which name. British? Can be? Oh yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military surgeon, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his common coin when it happened. At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Oil Era Common by priced coin. Then this Oil Era Common. Do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would Character-san's common be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? Makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korekata-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. No, I should end this stream already. This will never end. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. without a moment's delay. Can't believe we come back around to the bear game. I have a hunch, a strong hunch. I actually suggest that I will end it today, right here, right now. It's past midnight, it's already Monday. So, we'll continue tomorrow. Seriously, I didn't expect it will take a lot. But it took a lot. So the question is, let's put it on the pause. Who should I rate? That's a very good question because I don't know. Who's still online? Is there somebody who's playing this except me? Doubtable. But I'll check. Oh, there are people. Okay, let me rate this one. Half Quesa? I hope I typed it correctly. That is. Yeah, that's one. So that's it. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid forward. There was no notification, I'm not sure, but anyway, I noticed it. And yeah, we'll continue this game tomorrow. I don't know how many episodes here. I expect something like 5 if I almost finish the first one here. This means it will be like 10 streams? I'm not sure. Anyway, good night to everyone. See you next time. Bye.